Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, good morning. We can hear.
Okay, up to now we have got 64 participants. As we had nearly 100 yesterday, we are just waiting for another few minutes. While you are waiting, I believe you can go through the yesterday lab setup. And I believe that you have tried that one yesterday night, maybe. So if you had any issues with the configuration, you can forward them to us so we can resolve that issues as well. So we can start the today's session, because without having the underlying networking infrastructure that we created yesterday, it's somewhat difficult to continue. You will face difficulties of connecting the machines. So that's why so if you have any problem with the yesterday setup, and if you need any help from our side while others are joining, please mention them so we can help you to finalize the setup.
Good morning.
Yeah, we can hear you. Tell me.
Okay, yeah. So I have done the installation, but when I try to ping Google, it's not connecting. So I want to know, am I want to switch on all servers, or is there any
Yeah,
settings I have to do?
yeah, you
Yeah.
have to first run the dynamics, and you have to run that network file, and at least you have to have the pfSense up, okay, because that
Okay.
Windows XP machine is connecting through the pfSense firewall. So you have to switch on the pfSense firewall. Already done
Okay.
it, or it's pending?
No, I didn't switch on. I just had a doubt, like.
Okay. So I will go through the setup again briefly within another 2 or 3 minutes after all the others are also join.
Okay.
So you
So
can
is there
find
any settings I have to do in the VirtualBox command settings, like?
command setting means, as I explained yesterday, if you have installed the latest version of the VirtualBox, and if you have imported the extension pack, that's enough. Okay.
Okay.
So extension pack need to be there, otherwise there may be some issues.
Okay. So the default connection is generic driver. So is that
Yeah. Those things you don't need to change.
Okay.
The only thing is, now when you are switch on the pfSense, there is a one network card bridge to your local network. So you have to change that one only. Okay, so I will show you that one as well.
Okay.
Because the bridging interface, you have to select your own network card, because sometimes in the image we have uploaded, it has selected whatever the network card which we were using. So only that you have to change, but automatically it will be selected. But if you have any problem, I will show you that one as well.
Okay. Thank you.
So Madhusank, is it possible to reduce the CPU utilized? Now it is 50. Yeah, that's why I told you don't want to switch on all the machines. Okay, so yesterday before I wind up the session, I told you all of you don't need to switch on all the machine, because you have to download 7 VMs. So depending on the session that you are going to do, the instructor will guide you with the machines that you need to switch on. So if you switch on all the machines, this can happen. But depending on the session, we need few machines only. So as example, for today workshop, you need to have pfSense, Windows XP inside, and web server and the smoke server. Okay, only those things. Yeah, but if it is also taking so much of your CPU power, we can even shut down the web server as well, because here we are going to give you a guidance how to collect the measurement parameters. So because there are some routers inside our network and our pfSense is there, and even we can get measurement from the internet as well. So it is not mandatory to switch on all the devices. So depending on the resources that you are having, we can control that part. Okay, so while doing this one, while going through the workshop, I will instruct you, so you can keep track on your resource usage. But we have designed this workshop to run on maximum of 8 GB. So we have tested that one. So I don't think it will become a huge issue. So depending on the experience that we're having, we will tune up according to the requirement. Okay. Still some people are in the waiting room, so we will add them as well. Okay, Samira also sent a message. So I will share my screen and I will open that message so everyone can see it. So if you all have got that the problem, we will try to resolve that one as well, because he has facing an issue. So I'm going to share the screen and I can show you the problem that he has got. So he has got an error like this. Okay, so here I believe everyone can see this one. So reading the configuration file, connecting. So this error is there. Okay, so I believe that this is rare issue. Uh, um, Everyone will not going to get this kind of error. But if you got this error, actually you have to do something. So you have to follow my instructions, because sometimes this UDP port channels may be in use in your system by some other resources or some other applications. Because as you told me yesterday it's worked, but today it's not working. So some maybe they are already used. So the easiest way to resolve this issue, if you face this one, what you have to do is you have to find this network file where you have put it. Okay, now normally I ask you to put this one on the C drive. So you can go there. Others don't want to do this one. No? If your network is correctly working, don't touch it. Okay. Only people who are having this problem, please do this. Okay. So currently only one is facing this one. So I'm showing as a guidance for him. Okay, so you can go to the lab files and you can open this one with a notepad. You can find the issue is this line with this line. Okay, now here you can see connecting FAC1 FA01. So this is the line that it gives you the error. Okay, so that is the link that's connecting to the firewall. So what we have to do is now, because there's a conflicting issue here, you can change this port number. Okay, now as example, now we have used up to 50,006 or 7. Also best way is to you change this one to 8, and here also change this one to 8. You have UDP port number. Okay, I believe you saw what I did. Okay, I just changed the last number. It was 1. I change it to 8 from here and here. Then you can save this one. Okay, you can save. And next thing you have to do is, because this link is connecting to the firewall, you have to go to the pfSense firewall in the VMware, and you can go to the machine, and you can go to the settings. Okay, the setting, you can see the network portion is there. So the adapter 1 need to be connecting to your local network. Okay, so make sure all of you have to bridge the adapter 1 of the pfSense to the your local network connection. Maybe it's a we are recommending you to use wired connection. If it is a wireless, also you have to select it from here. So the problem that Samira facing is with this UDP tunnel adapter 3. Okay, so this is where you got the error. Okay, so if I show you, this is the UDP tunnel that you have got the issue 50,001. Now you have changed this one here in the network file to 50,008 and 40,008. So you have to do the same change here. You just change the D port to 50,008 and S port to 40,008 and OK. So then again load the file, then your issue will be resolved. This is not a common problem. Few people, or maybe rarely, this problem happens due to the conflicting of port numbers. Samir, is it clear to you?
I had the same problem. Can you, if you don't mind, can you repeat it again?
Yeah,
So-
I will repeat it. Okay. So you have to go to the lab files. Okay, lab files, and you can find this net file. Right click on that one and open with the notepad. Okay, then the problem is with this line, because the port 50,001 and 40,001 is already used due to some problem in your host computer. Okay, so you have to change the port number. Okay, so what I'm asking you to change this one to 50,008 and this one to 40,008 and save from here and go to the firewall, because this is the link that connected to the firewall. Okay, then go to the firewall, machine, settings, from the network section of the pfSense firewall, you have to select the adapter 3. Adapter 1 need to be connected into your local network. Local network LAN interface name should be here. Adapter 2 don't change. You have to go to the adapter 3 and go to the advanced and reflect the change that you have done here. This one need to be 50,008. This one also need to be 40,008. Okay, just changing two numbers you have to do. Don't do anything else, and okay. Then you can close this notepad file. And you can run the Dynamics server again, and you can run the network file again. So then this error may not be there. Okay.
Sir, excuse me, can you repeat, please?
Yeah. So do you already have you opened this file?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So this line FA01, which is connected to the firewall, need to be changed. So change this for 50,001 to 8. This one replace with 8. This 40,001 change with 8 and save the file. Okay. Then go to the pfSense firewall and go to the machine and settings and network section, adapter 3, advanced, and reflect the change. So here also do the same thing. Replace the number 1 with the 8. D port 50,008, source port 40,008. Then okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Then run the Dynamics again and net file again. Then most probably it will work. Okay. Okay. So I hope most of you have loaded the network. Okay. Uh, okay, so this issue, as I told you, this issue I was already addressed. Okay, so you when you open for the first time, sometimes it will not loaded. So I asked you to close this and you can load this again and it will work. Okay, yesterday evening, I have already instruct you how to get rid of this one. Okay. Any other issues that you are facing? you don't need to log into the firewall. Okay, so this is where you are trying to log into the firewall. First, you check whether you have connected to the firewall, ping and check. Okay, because this is the firewall IP. So first check whether your network connectivity is okay by pinging to this firewall. Okay, if the pinging is successful, you can log into the firewall. But in this workshop, we don't have anything to do with firewall configuration. It's already done. But to check the connectivity of the network, you can ping and check. Ping is fine, but not able to party devices. Okay, you must be able to party, no problem. So the problem is sometimes if you have to you know that when if your network setup is properly working, you can install PuTTY to your Windows XP computer. So as example, now I have installed PuTTY here. So you also can install PuTTY. When you are installing PuTTY, make sure that you are installing the version 0.76. Okay, this one. Okay. So actually you don't need to install it here to the Windows XP machine. What you can do is you can download it to your host machine. As example, now this is the Windows 10 I am using. So you can download 0.76 to your host machine and you can drag and drop. Okay, so you don't need to download it from the Windows XP. You download it to your host computer and drag and drop like this to the VM machine, Windows XP machine. Okay, so then you can run the setup. So then you will get the PuTTY to Windows XP. Because if you are going to download it from the Windows XP to the pfSense, it will take some time, but it will download anyway. But if you want to make it quick, download to your host computer and open C drive of the Windows XP and drag and drop the file and install. Okay. So if you have the PuTTY, I think if your network is working, you can log into the devices without any issue from here. Okay. Now as example, okay, I will check the password. So PuTTY is also working if you install it. Okay, so I hope that the network connectivity is okay for almost all of you. Okay, you better rename your joining names. Okay, as we already told you yesterday, it will become somewhat difficult to track you. So better to use the name that you have used to register for this event, and it will become much easier for us to track you and get the attendance. Okay. Any issues with the network setup? Okay, all are running. Okay, so if I brief what you have to do, you have to download the lab files, WK files, and you have to extract them to the C drive. Okay, you have to extract them to the C drive. From the WK files, you have to install Dynagen and WinPcap, and you will get this shortcuts here. But from that shortcut, you need just the dynamic server part. Then you have to go to the lab files. The lab files, you will see the campus network file. This is the file that you have to run. But before you run in this file, you have to make sure the dynamic server is running. So first of all, you have to run the dynamic server. Then it will be loaded like this. If in the first time, you will see only up to this. Okay, one portion of the output. After the successfully loaded, you can go to the campus network file and you can double click on that one, and it will also be loaded to your computer like this. Okay, and you can execute the command list. If it is take a lot of time, if it is take abnormal time to load, it may play 2 minutes, more than 1 minute, I ask you to close it again and run it again, both. Okay, this Dynagen file and the Dynamics, both you have to close both the command line and run it again, Dynamics server first, again the network file. Then you can execute the list command, and you will get all the devices that are running on our network. Okay, so so if you want to have a better idea about the network setup, this is the network setup that we are using. Okay, so the infrastructure is loaded, the underlying network infrastructure loaded using the Dynagen and Dynamics file. Okay, so you can get idea how the connectivity has been done using this diagram. Okay, so after that, you have to go to the VMware VirtualBox, and you have to import the VMware, so VMware machines that we have listed here. You can see there are 7 VMs for SmokeFin, pfSense Firewall, XP, WebSona, Web Server, and Oxidize and Netbox. But all these things are not needed today. Depending on the session, we will instruct you which VMs are needed. But you have to import them to the VM VirtualBox. Okay. Now currently I am having Web Server, Oxidize, SmokePing, Windows, and pfSense. Okay. So do it and keep the devices switched off. Depending on the session, we will switch on whatever the devices we need. For the today, you need to run pfSense 2.6. Okay, Madhushankar, I will let you know. The pfSense you have to run, Windows SP you have to run. Okay, currently these two are the only devices you have to run for this workshop. Okay, then I believe you have to import the Smoke server as well. So if you already download the Smoke server, you have to import it like this. Okay. When you are importing, we have already given the instruction to generate new MAC addresses for the devices. Okay. So you can import a SmokePing server. The SmokePing that I am running is different one. This is for my testing purpose, but for today workshop, you have to import the Smoke SRV, which is you download. Okay, let's see what is there that Samira got. Samira, you better go with the instruction again. Okay, I think there may be some instruction that you have misconfigured. Otherwise, it should work. Okay, so hoping that everything is working as intended, we will start with the workshop. So today, our main focus is in this morning session to install the smoke ping. So before installing the smoke ping, I will give you a kind of idea, okay, uh, about the smoke ping software. So now, so what smoke ping is doing? Okay, smoke ping keeps track of your network latency. And you can get, kind of a visualization is there. It's a graph. Okay. I will show you some screenshot of them while I'm doing this presentation. So you can see it has a graph, and you can see almost all the measurements using a kind of a colorful manner. Okay. And there are a lot of plugins that you can include into the smoke ping. And so as example, so this is how it looks like. Okay, so actually after configuring and after having kind of experience, you will get a better idea how this works. But in the first time when you are seeing this one, I know that you will not get a better idea. Now if I brief this one, now you can see here the medium round trip time is given, and the packet lost percentages is given, and even there are some colors that you can easily identify the chart. So now you can see here a lot of green color means the packet, the loss of the packet are somewhat limited. Okay, so the way that this chart is reading, we will do end of the session. So how it works? Okay, so how to read the smoke ping graph? It also explained in this slide. Okay, so actually it's sends the main base idea is actually using this server. We can ping to the other devices in our network. As example, now after you set up the smoke ping server, from the smoke ping server itself, you can send some probes. We call them probes to the other network devices. So your network devices, they are maybe in your the same LAN where the smoke ping is. Maybe they are in some another data center. They are maybe those devices are maybe in another faculty. They may be in another rack. Okay, so these devices may be scattered in your network in different places. So what you can do is, after installing the smoke ping software, you can add those devices to the smoke ping, and depending on the probes that you have set up in the smoke ping, it will regularly send packets out from the smoke ping server, and it will gather information round trip times, and it will going to calculate the median. It's like an average. Okay, let's say now you are sending 10 packets, and it will wait for all the 10 packets to return, and it will count the time it took one by one. Now as the first packet return within, let's say, 5 milliseconds, second packet return at 8 milliseconds, and the third packet maybe again 7 milliseconds. Likewise, there may be random times depending on the network traffic of your network. If you ask, when the server is sending 10 packets, the replies are also coming to the server, so it will take the median, okay, something like average, and it will draw the graph. So by looking at that, you can get the, okay, this is the median value. So as example, from the smoke ping server to web server. Okay, so how much time it took. Okay, so this time can be changed depending on the network traffic. Okay, so maybe in the morning you will get different value. In the peak time, it will get different value. So if you feels like your network is very slow, you can check it again, and you can see there may be packet loss as well. So everything you can collect from this graph, and you can customize this graph, and we will see how to do those things when we go through the session. Okay, so the different RET are shown graphically as a lighter or darker shades of gray, the smoke. That is why. Okay, so it will show you like a smoke. The median value is in the middle, but the other values will be shown as a smoke covering the the median value. So after that, if we go with the smoke ping insulation, you have to steps are given here, and even our website today link, you can go through these things. The same informations are there. Okay, so you have to have the Ubuntu computer with you, and it need to have the access to internet. And please make sure to mute your mics, because it may be if you want to talk, only please switch on the microphone. Okay, so there are a lot of configuration files are involved with this smoke pin installation. So the main file that after you install the smoke ping, if you want to change the appearance of the home page, okay, you can use this link, and there's HTML page, and you can change according to your requirement, but you can't go with the default setup, no issue. Okay, so in this workshop we are not going to talk about the appearance of the website. We are only going to talk about the technical aspects only. So after you install the smoke ping, it will create a few files inside the etc smoke ping config folder. You can see there's alert, database, general, probes, targets, likewise. So normally in this workshop, we are mostly editing the general, probes, and targets files. Actually, most of the time you are working with the target file, because as I told you, when you install the smoke ping, we have to define the targets where you have to send the packets. Okay, so from the smoke ping server, you have to send some packets, series of packets out, and it should go to some kind of a target, and it should be returned back to the smoke ping server. So adding the target is the main thing actually. So if you have a lot of targets, you have to add them sequentially into the target file. So after you add the target files only, the server start to send the packets to those targets and collect the information. Okay, so the first thing file is general file. The general file actually it doesn't contain any targets or something like. This is something like that you can customize the smoke ping setup. Now as example, now you can see you can update who is the owner of this server and what is the contact, and if there's a mail host or something like the general information you can add here. Now as example, let's say now you are from Peradeniya University, so you can add information about the Peradeniya University to this general file. Okay, so this is where the most important thing. After that, you have to go with the configuration of targets. Okay, so you have to access the target file, and you have to define what kind of probes that you are going to use. Now as example here you can see before we add the targets, we have to add what kind of probes that we are going to use. As example, what kind of packets that we are going to use to communicate with the targets. Now the probe is fping, that is the default one, and the base probe that used by the smoke ping. There are a lot of probes that you can add anyway. Okay, so fping is like you are trying to pinging to the targets, and it will get the replies from the targets, and depending on that time it took for those pings, you're going to draw the chart. Okay. So we will do this sequentially. Okay, all the information has been given in our website. So now as example, now you can see the default probe is fping, but if you want to add more probes, you can do it manually. So you can override the default probe, something like this. Now as example, if you want to have a DNS probe, you can add it like this. The probe is DNS. Then for these hosts, the DNS probe will be used. Okay, so this is not a actually a difficult task. Only thing is you have to be familiar with this configuration file. Once you go 1 or 2 times with this configuration file, it will become very easy. But in the first time you are looking at this page or this configuration file, it may be somewhat confusing. But what you can do is you can open a notepad or some kind of text editor. You can edit the text there, and you can paste it to the configuration file very easily rather than opening it using a VIM or any other editor. So you can use another graphical editor or something and create the whatever the content, and you can paste them to the original file. Okay. So here, this is here it explain how to add the target. Okay, so now you can see as a now to create a hierarchy. Okay, now you know that top level, second level, third level, you can add. Okay, so that's why I'm telling you, once we are doing this practical, you will understand how these things will be added into the target file. Okay, you can customize them without any issue. For the host, you can use if you are okay with your DNS, you can use the DNS name. So it will resolve the DNS and ping to the IP, or else you can use the IP address as well. Okay, so in this workshop, I will be using IP address of the devices because it's more easy to do it in that way. Okay. Okay. So this is how it looks like after you add in those configurations. Okay, so let's see. Okay, gradually we will see how these things are added into the configuration, and how these charts are automatically drawing by the smoke ping. Okay, so you can use this slideshow to get the idea when you are doing this one by yourself. You can refer this one, and you can get the idea how these configuration files are created. Okay. So you can see the default probe is fping. It's using for jitter, and delay will be calculated using the fping. So depending on the probes that you required, you can go and change the target file. Now as example, if you want to check DNS latency, you can change the probe as DNS, and you can add DNS servers, and you can check how much time it takes to get the DNS resolved. Okay, so these are the summary. Actually, it is a very powerful tool, and it uses very little of your CPU usage and the memory, and it can be integrated with other ticketing systems and those kind of things. And you can use these websites to refer the more details about smoke ping. Now as example, they have already created the demo websites that you can access and see. So this kind of This is our final target. Okay. So after we created our smoke ping server, we also be able to get this kind of output. Okay, so creating this menu. Okay, so we have to manually do this one because these links are created by that organization depending on the devices that they are having. Okay, so in our learn there we have a smoke ping server, so we will look at that also at the end of this smoke ping lab setup. Okay, so to get the idea about this one, now you can see this is the hierarchy. So these entries need to be added. Now when you loaded the smoke ping, there is nothing here. All these things are now these are the targets. Okay, now you can, this is the first level, second level, likewise. That is what we are going to do today. Okay, we are going to install the smoke ping and we are going to create this hierarchy. So all these are targets. Okay, you can see root name servers. Okay, so creating this menu, we will see. So that is what mainly described here, how to create that menu. Okay, that's that hierarchy here. This is how you are going to create that hierarchy. After you create this hierarchy, you will get this. Okay, this part. So you have to get idea. Okay, you need to know what you're going to do. That is why I'm showing this one. Okay, so installing the server and creating this hierarchy is the main thing that we are going to do, like this targets. So those are the targets that added by in this demo. Okay, hoping that it's clear. Now we can start with the installation. Okay, as I told you, first of all you have to import the appliance to the VirtualBox manager. Okay, for the moment I'm going to switch off this one. Okay, so this is as example I will show you. This is already a setup that I have already done. So if you go to the Windows XP, I am showing you the final expectation of our workshop. Okay, so this is what we are going to do after you install successfully this smoke ping. When you access the server 10.1.5.12. Okay, smoke ping. Okay, so this is the final output of our workshop today. Okay, so after completing this session, you must be able to do this. Okay, you have to log into this server, to the smoke ping, and you will see the devices according to our lab setup. Now, as example, this is the web server that we are running on here. Okay, this web server. Okay, so we are going to install a smoking ping to this FAC1, connected to the FAC1. Okay, so then you will see network devices. Okay, you can see border routers. You can see FAC1, FAC2, FAC1, BLD1 here. So all those things are running on our network. Okay, now you have already switched on these devices. Only thing is we have to add those as targets into the smoke ping. After you add them, you can see they are also communicating with this smoke ping and it will give some smokes here. Okay, and you can see pfSense firewall. So this is the output that comes from the pfSense firewall. Okay, and even we can check the for the remote HTTPS. Likewise, let's say google.com, our learn website. Okay, because I just switch on these devices, a lot of smokes you can't see. Okay, and DNS latency. Okay, so those kind of things we can add to this one. So this is what we are expecting end of this session. So as we already told you, you have to do this lab and you have to send the screenshots. So these are the screenshots that we are expecting end of the session. Within 1 or 2 days, you have to send to screenshots of these images. So we know that you have already done this. Okay. So this is our final expectation of today morning workshop. So you will be able to do this. Okay, if you follow the instruction that are in the website, you will be able to come to this level. This is the final output that you can get. Okay. So for the moment, I will switch off that computer because it is already configured. Okay. So I'm going to switch off that one because that is already configured one. No? But the smoke server that you have imported to a VirtualBox is not set up. Okay, it is just empty server. It is not installed with SmokePing. So this one. So you have to install SmokePing to this smoke server. Okay. So all the required details are already given in the website. So as we did last time, I prefer that one of you volunteer and you can share your screen and you can do the configuration, because if I do it again, I think it will become just a demonstration. So now you have got the instruction in the website and you got all the tools that you required, and I have given you the demonstration as well, and I have proved you that it is correctly working. So everything is here, everything you saw. So I hope this is now your chance, 1 or 2 of you, if you can start this smoke server, and if you can follow the instruction, that's better rather than doing it again by me. Okay. So if you go to the WS website, okay, here in the SmokePing setup, all the instructions are given. Okay. Here, if you go to this one, I have asked you to import the downloaded Ubuntu SmokePing, because yesterday in the workshop, I told you have to download all the VMs. Okay, so you can import them. Actually, this part is optional. Okay, because this has been given as a help to you if you are going to customize your setup, lab setup in future, to get idea how those things need to be done. But for the moment, remember, you don't need to change anything. Okay, you have to start with this. Okay, command. Okay, this is where you have to start. Okay, so the password is 1234 for the server. The user name is user. I think those have been given in the EM machine itself. Okay, here you have this in the description. The username password has been given. The username is user. The password is 1234. Okay, all the information is already set up. So I believe you can start the installation. After you switch on the smoke server, uh, you must be able to ping to the internet. Okay, you can try to ping to the 8.8.8. Okay, you can check the connectivity because the packages need to be downloaded from the internet. Now you can see it is downloading. Sorry, it's pinging to the internet, and you can check whether your name resolvement is correctly working or not. You can ping to www.google.lk or something. And if you got this error, temporary failure in name resolution, the instructions are given here. So what you can do is you can execute this command. Okay, systemctl restart systemd resolve service, and the name resolvement will be okay. Then you can start with the installation, because you have to download packages, so the name resolution need to be worked there. Okay, username and password is user, password is 1234. All the instructions are here actually in the instruction, in the sense in the description of the smoke server. You can see the username and password is given. So username is user, password is 1234. So systemctl restart okay, after you restart resolve service, you can again try to ping, then you will get the replies. Okay, okay guys, any one of you can share your screen, because this should work, huh? So try to ping to the 8.8.8 after switch on the smoke server, and try to ping to with the DNS name. I will most of the time, if you get that error, use this command systemctl restart systemd resolve service, then it will start to ping into the outside. Then it's a not that much hard work, you know. You can see only few commands we have to execute to uh, to install the smoke ping. Okay, uh, anyone who can share your screen? Okay, last time we had two volunteers and they shared their screen and they gave us a support. Okay, the OpenSSH is already set up, no problem. Okay. So if someone can share their screen and continue, that's better. Okay. So it become somewhat interesting because it makes sure that you are doing this one. You can install Putty on the Windows XP if you want. When you are installing, make sure that you are installing Putty 0.76. Okay. Not okay. Okay. Just give me 1 second, Pramudita. Pramudita, now you can try to share your screen. Uh, Pramudita, you can share screen. Okay, using the share screen button of the Zoom. Anyone else that like to share your screen? Because we love to see that. Okay, because it's make us more, because because we have 86 participants, I believe there may be other people who are willing to do this, because that is not that kind of a difficult task. Okay, you have to just run some apt install commands. Charmika has got an error. So that is actually something that goes with yeah, it says already exists, no? So Chamika, try to check again because just by looking at only this error, I can't get a clue what's actually happening. But it seems like because you have already, maybe you are in the last workshop as well. Maybe you have already have this virtual box running on your virtual box. So if you can shut down it or you can remove that one, that's better, I believe. So no volunteers. You are at least you are doing this one. Can we get a replies from you whether you are doing this one or not? Because if you are not doing this one again, doing it again by us is not a, you know, because we want you to do this. Yeah, this error, I told you the first thing you have who is this the message. Premanath. Premanath, you are getting this error. Okay. Okay, Pamudita is doing this one. Okay, okay. Yeah, Pamudita, you can stop pinging from the smoke server now. It's already Control C. Yeah, it means you are. Can you ping to Google and check whether your name resolvement is working?
For Premalath, I think there should be some network connectivity issue. That is why he's getting this. He cannot connect to the Ubuntu repositories. So Premalath, can you check the network connectivity from your machine, SmokeFin machine? I think.
And again, Premnath, did you execute that command in the website, the first command? Yeah, you put you Control C, please. Okay. Go to the website, the instruction page. WS for website, our workshop website. Okay, Stenopon, it's doing that one. Okay, he got okay. WSlearn.exe. Okay, Pramudita, can you share it again? Can you go to the WS website, the website that we have the instructions? In the chat, you can find the website. Go to the chat. ws.learn.ac.lk. If you check the chat of our Zoom session, you can get it. Yeah, that one. Yeah, got the network measurement, not that one, network management. Agenda, smoke ping setup. You have to follow these instructions. Okay. So if you have a temporary issue with the name resolvement, please issue that command systemctl restart systemd resolved service. You have to do it on the yeah, that one. First, yeah, first you have to log in as the root user, sudo. Yeah, then the password is 1234. Then run this command systemctl restart now try to ping to the host name google.com. Ping to the google.com. Okay, I hope now it's work. Okay, now you can try apt update. Control C. Okay, seems it's okay now. Uh, Okay. Anyone else who have already configured this part can share the screen and we can continue from there onwards. I believe some of who have already done this part. Okay. Okay, Prabhat is doing. Okay, continue, Prabhat. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Have some error after enable scope key. I send the image for the chat.
Let
Service
me
not
check.
native. Service not a native service. That's the error.
Let's check. Here you have to select the no configuration. The instructions are given in the site. Okay, Prabhat, you can try from the web browser of the Windows XP. You can go to the Windows XP machine. Okay. Okay, I will share my screen with you because there are some people have asked some questions. Because Prabhat, I think if you have seen the Prabhat presentation or his screen, everything worked without any issue if you follow the instructions. So anyway, I will share my screen with you so then I can give you a proper idea. So this is the Windows XP machine. As I told you, if you want, you can directly work with the console of the Smoke Ping or the Smoke server, or you can install PuTTY to the Windows XP. I have given the link also. You can SSH to the Smoke server, and from there also you can work. So that's what I have done here. So I have installed PuTTY to the Windows XP. From there I connect to that one and I do the configuration. So all the instructions, I again followed the same instruction. Okay, the same instruction that you have followed up to now. I have followed. Now it's up. System start smoke ping. So this is where I stopped. Okay, this is where. Now if you come up to this level, it means now without any issue, it means the smoke ping is now correctly installed into your system. Now what you have to do is now you have to access the web interface of the smoke ping. Okay, to do that, definitely you have to go to the Windows XP. Okay, you have to switch on the Windows XP computer. Okay, on the Windows XP computer, the Opera browser installed. Okay, so let me, because this is something that cached into the server. Okay, so you can try to ping to the smoke ping server. IP address is 10.1.5.12. You can check the connectivity. Then you can see the XP computer can communicate with the smoke ping server. Then what you can do is you can use a browser. Okay, using a browser, you can try to log into that web page. Okay, because this is, I think it's already cached there. There's an issue because I have already connected to a different one. So I'm going to copy this link. And paste here. The IP address need to be the 10.1.5.12. Okay, so this is what you will see. Okay, so this is the initial website that you will experience if you have done the configuration or the installation correctly. So you will come to this site because you can see there are no any targets. The hierarchy is not there. Okay, so this is something that we have to create, but you have come to this level means your smoke ping is correctly working without any issue. So I want you to come to this level to continue with the other setup. So can you share any screenshots that you have? Don't get the screenshot of this one and share. Okay, I need your PC's screenshot. Okay, so if you come to this level, can you share your screenshots, because you can get the capture the screenshot and you can share it. If you are using Windows 10 or 8 or something, you can use snipping tool and you can capture like this and you can share it in the chat window. Okay, so it will make sure that you have done the installation correctly. Any okay, so let's see whether we get a good news. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I believe this is not my screenshot. Okay, okay, so if you come to this level means that's good. Okay, it means we can continue with the other setup. Okay, so 2 people have shared their screenshots. That's good. So it means that our effort is successful. Actually, it means come up to this level, even though others are having some issues. It proves that if you do according to the instruction, you can successfully do this. Okay, so keep these screenshots. Yeah, okay, that's a good sign. People are getting the required output. Okay, okay, I believe others also can come to this level because all the instructions are clearly given in the instruction page. Okay, Yeah, good. So this proves that our underlying network also working. Okay, the Dynamics, Dynagen, and the routers, switches, everything has the correct configuration. That's why you will get this one. Though it little bit slow, but eventually you must get this window. Okay. Then it's a matter of changing some files. Okay. So those who are come to this level, you can continue with the other configuration. So I hope that part is not going to be that much difficult because just editing some files are there. Okay, so my recommendation is install PuTTY because by installing PuTTY you can SSH into the smoke server. Then you can easily copy and paste the command. But if you are going to use the console window, copy and paste is not that much easy. Okay, because I have given you the URL for the PuTTY in the chat window. You can download it. Okay, if you want it again, I will share it because you have to use the 0.76 version due to we are using Windows XP. Okay, as I told you, you can download this into your host machine. You don't want to download this into the Windows XP. You can download this into your Windows 10 machine what we are using, and from that one you can drag and drop into the Windows XP machine. Okay, as an example, now if you download it to a normal download folder, the host computer. Yeah, that is what I'm explaining, Abdul. Okay. First, you download the PuTTY 0.76. I have shared this link here. You download it to your host computer, not to the Windows XP. After you download it, you can get the desktop of the Windows XP computer, and you can go to the C drive of the Windows XP, and from here you can drag and drop like this. Here you can see you can drag and drop this one from your host computer to the Windows XP rather than downloading it to the Windows XP directly. After that, you execute that one. Double click and install. Next. That's all. Okay. Then you will get the PuTTY icon here. If it is not in the desktop, you can find it in the start menu. Right click, send it to desktop, and you will get the shortcut here. From there, you can telnet to not SSH to 10.1.5.12. The IP address is 10.1.5.12. The smoke ping server's IP. You can easily find it by going to the console of the smoke ping and type IP space add. Then it will show you the IP 10.1.5.12. So SSH into that one. Then you will get a screen and your username is user, password is 1234. Then you will come to this window. So it will become much easier because you can copy and paste the command. I hope you are continuing. Okay, that's better. Even Manoj has got the expected result. And Sachitra, let's see. Okay, Sachitra also got the output. That's better. So then adding and changing the files. Okay, so it will change the appearance of this website. Okay, you will add some menus here. Okay, currently it will get only one, which is a local machine. Local machine means the machine that we are currently running. Okay, okay, so this is just a one default menu but you can add more items once you are following these instructions. Okay, so these are the files. Okay, files that's with the smoke ping. Okay, you can use any your preferred editor. I am using VIM, but if you want, you can Nano, you can VI, you can use anything. But if VIM is not installed by default, you can use VI as well or Nano. So it, depending on your preference, you can use. Hoping to see some menu items you have added. Those who have get the website working, please continue and share some screenshots that you have added the menu items. Even you can change the appearance of the front page. Welcome to Smoke Ping website. Like all these things you can change using general tab. Maintained by this one also you can change. Anyone who has changed these lines and things using the general tab? No, general file actually. The tab general line, general file. Okay, while you are doing, I'm also going to do. Okay, so you have to go to this folder. If you are using Putty bit easy, okay, then you can find what are the content of the folder and you will see alerts, database, general, presentation, probes, and a lot of commands, a lot of files are there. So you're going to change the general file. Okay, so this is general file. I am using VIM editor. Okay, so depending on the editor that you are using, the keys that you have to use is different. So now as example here, I'm going to change the owner. Let's say owner, you have to change, sorry, owner. Learn. Okay, so contact. Let's say Tuan at okay. CGRVL is there. Okay, and then after that you have to restart the smoke ping. You can change according to your requirement. So then you can refresh the website. Now you can see it's maintained by Learn. Okay, so that has been changed. Okay, maintained by Learn. It's changed. And you can change the alerts files as well. If you have a, you know, if you have aim to get some emails from that one, but we didn't configure any postfix here. But if you have a mail server, you can configure that one as well. Yeah, you are getting this error when you are editing the files. Remember, you have to make sure you are the spaces and the everything need to be. Actually, you can find the error by executing this journal ctl xc. After you execute this command, you will see what is the issue with your file. Okay, please run this command journal ctl -xc and it will show you where the error is. Okay. Now I will show you how to edit the target file. So Abdul, the systemctl restart system resolved is not related to this issue. This actually this is a issue that goes with the name resolution. If you can't ping to the 88 from Windows XP, means there is a kind of a problem with your Dynamics or Dynagen configuration. If your there is a problem with your network connectivity through the Dynamics. So by trying this one is not going to help you with that one. So this is a problem with the network setup. First of all, you have to correct the network connectivity issue. After that one only, this is needed in the Ubuntu smoke ping server. So without getting Windows XP up and running with pfSense, other things that you are doing is not going to work. First of all, you can try to concentrate on the things that you have to do with the Dynamics and Dynagen to make it work. Okay, then only this will be successful. Okay, then you can edit the targets file. Okay. So here in target file, you can see if you get the idea with your website. Now, welcome to the smoke ping website for the company, and those kind of things are here. So if you change these titles and those kind of things will be effect to the appearance of the website. Okay, before editing the this file, try to get an idea how it actually works. Now you can see the menu top and title, network latency graph, and you can see where those things are visible in the website. And remark, welcome to the SmokePing website, and you can see where it appears. Okay, and local, now you can see where the local part here, and title, local network, even though that is not shown here. Okay, and local machine. So once you click on this local, you will see the sub menu. So the plus sign is for the top menu, double plus sign the second level. If you want to go like third line, third level, like that, you can use this one. That is why I told you the PDF that I have shared in the beginning of the this workshop will be helpful for you to understand how this file is created. But the same instructions are given in the here as well. You can see what you have to do, and it's just adding these things. Once you go 1 or 2 times with this file, you will get the idea what this plus sign does, and what this title does, and what this menu is doing, and what is it. Yeah, that is something. It will take 5 or 10 minutes to get familiar with this text file. Okay, then I don't think that it will become a huge problem. But make sure the IP addresses and the things that you are typing, entering here, have the correct indentations and correct spaces and those kind of things. Otherwise, it will give errors. Okay, so after getting the error, by reading the description of the error, you may will find the issue, and you can rectify that one. Okay, because a lot of resources are here. In the end of the this one, we have given you the documentation as well, because we can't include all the things in this workshop. So this is just a it's like a guidance. Okay, like a lesson or kind of a presentation that we are giving to you to get the idea and how it works. So if you need to know more information about this configuration and these things, they always better to go with the official website documentation and try to read them and get the idea, because it's something that you have to improve. That is some kind of a skill that you have to improve as a network people. Okay, so reading technical documentation and understanding is a part of our job. So it's better to practice and improve that skill. Okay, so let's see. I believe that you are doing with me this one. So now I'm going to change here. So as I am using VIM editor. Okay. Okay, so you can here you can change according to your requirement. Let's say here. Okay, learn. That is what I'm going to change in the beginning. We'll see whether it's going to be reflected here. And you have to restart the smoking again. Okay, there's error now. It says SmokePing service. If you come up with this service error, you can execute this one and get the idea what is happening. Okay, control process. Yeah, different system D. So failed state result exit code system D. Okay, we'll see what is the issue here. So now it says there is a line 1 table syntax error. So that is why I'm telling you. So when you are changing this one, you have to be very careful. So the syntaxes need to be followed. Otherwise, it will give you errors. Okay. Let's try to find it. Let's go to the yeah, there's a accidentally I delete one star mark. I will show you where the error is. So again, I'm going to insert, and here I believe that accidentally I deleted one star mark here. That could be the issue. So I'm going to add it again, and I'm going to save it. Okay, escape. And again, I'm going to restart the service, smoke ping. Okay, it seems now it's working. Okay, that's why. Okay, if you have done any mistake in the editing the file, it will give you error. So again, let's go to the website and check. Okay, now it's reflected here. Now it's become a learn company. Okay. So likewise, when you are, please be very careful when you're editing the file. If you get the error, how to view the error will be given in here, the journal controls C you can run, and you can get idea about how it works. Okay, so in the beginning of this workshop and even yesterday, I explained you that what are the requirements that you have to do, and I told you that you have to run the pfSense. I think I have mentioned it nearly 10 or 20 times, and today morning also I told you that the pfSense need to be running on the network, and without it you can't connect to the internet. Okay. So if you have joined the meeting in the given time, and if you have joined for the sessions, the instruction we have already given to you. But if you have participate to the sessions late, or if you haven't participated for the all the sessions, you may miss our instructions. So it is not a actually problem from our side. We have given all the instruction clearly. That is why most of the people have successfully done this. So if you didn't participate to the yesterday sessions and today morning, maybe you have missed some instruction from us. So due to that, you will not be able to do this correctly. Okay. Okay. So try to join to the session at the given time, and if you miss something, you better get it from our videos as well, or you can contact our instructors and get the help. Okay. So now anyone who have go beyond this level, those who have added these targets? Okay, a lot of screenshots are here. I will check them. Okay, good. Few people have add DMC website. It's good. When you are adding the DMC website, please make sure that DMC or the web server is running on your VMware. So you will get some smoke, but it will take some time. Okay. You can add the faculty one and those routers as well. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of screenshot. Let me check. Okay, it's very happy to see that you are doing this one. Yeah. So who is this? I missed the name, but whoever actually he has done great work. Actually, he has had even DNS latencies. So that's good. Okay. Actually, as you know, we are doing this for you. So it's happy to see that you are doing this one. So it make us very, kind of it's encouragement for us that at least few people are doing this. Okay, so it makes us very happy because whatever the effort that we have done to make it success, you are getting something out of that one. So very happy actually. I think Asanka has done a great job. Thank you very much, Asanka, for these replies, because it also become encouragement for the others, I believe, because it shows that this is working. Okay, so others also you can try this. Okay, you can it proves that this is working. That is the most important thing here. Okay, so even though I didn't add all those things I showed you in the beginning of the workshop, if you correctly add those things to this smoke ping server, you will get the probes from the desired locations. Okay, so for the DNS latency, you need to connect to the internet. pfSense should be work there. To the pfSense, you must be able to go to the internet. Smoke ping should be ping into the internet. Then you will see this DNS probes as well. So actually, a lot of people have got the desired output. So keep them with you, because we need these things as a proof to check that you have participated and you have done this. Okay, so Asanka, actually thank you for your support, because it has become kind of a motivation for others as well, because it is working. Okay, and let's see, Ruan also sent some. You are trying to tell net still, no? Okay, okay. Yeah, this is how you have to tell net to the smoke ping server. Okay. Anyone else other than Asank who has successfully completed this one? Having at least one person is good, okay, for the moment, because it proves that our instructions are working. Anyone else who has got the required output like Asanka has done? It's a matter of changing this target file, and all the instructions are given there. Okay, so you can easily follow these instructions and you can make it success. Okay, even you can copy and paste this one into target file, but when you are copy and paste, be somewhat mindful and do that one. Okay, without typing everything. If you have SSH into the Smoke Ping server, you can directly copy and paste them, and very easily you can get the required output. Okay, but please be mindful what you are doing. Okay, just copy and paste will not going to give you any idea what is happening there. Okay. Okay, Prabhat also having something. Okay, he has got Uva Villas University part into the website. So I believe he can also continue. Anyone else? We need final screenshots like this. Now you can see Asanka has sent a lot of screenshots. So we are expecting something like that from you all within 2 or 3 days. Okay, the instruction to send the emails I will be added to the workshop. Okay, so then you can send those screenshot to us. Then we will review that one before considering you for a certificate for the attendance or the participation certificate. Sachitra, let's see what the Sachitra is saying. No, this is not the thing, no? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm going to save it. Okay. Yeah, it's Sachitra send the web server. Okay. So it will take some time to get the replies from the web server. So if you are running the web server, make sure that web server is running on the your VirtualBox as well. You will definitely get replies from the fact1, fact2, and all those things because they are currently running. But if you want to get the replies from the web server, make sure the web server is also running in the VirtualBox. Okay, web server needs to be run because the web server is here, so you have to get the packets from there. Okay. Okay. Madhoj also got the first insight. Okay, that's good. Okay. It means that you can follow this instruction very carefully, and you can get it run. Okay. Okay, so now we have worked with the lab environment. So like in the lab environment, you can't see a lot of pings and DNS and those kind of replies, and you can't get that much of smoke or the what were the graph. Okay, so so to get the real time experience, you have to work with something that running for a long time. So then even you can get output, and you can compare the result between 1 year, or maybe that kind of historical data also you can get from a real system. So because of that, without without limiting to this lab setup, we will experience the real Smoke Ping server that we are running on the Learn. So it has a lot of information that gathered throughout these years. So Mr. Lalanta will give you a brief idea, and he will take over the session for another 15 minutes to show you our real Smoke Ping server that we are running on Learn. So with that one, I believe you will get a better visualization or better idea how it really works. So, so I will hand over the session to Mr. Lalanta. So he will show you the real or the currently running SmokeLink server that we are handling in Learn. Okay. So guys, hold for 1 minute. Mr. Lalanta is experiencing some kind of a technical issue.
Then let me yellow or mama. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I hope you can see my screen as well. This is the Learn SmokeLink graph, and as you can see, we have categorized several our graphs in several categories. So yeah, normally in your institute we have set up access routers. So we'll see one of the we'll go through the graph and select a graph for more details. So these are SmokeLink graphs of different each universities and institutes. So as you can see, in the y-axis of this graph shows the seconds. Actually, in seconds, in milliseconds, the latency, and it shows the latency distribution over the time of each graph. So, and there's also legend for showing the graph round trip time, the average median time, and average loss, and average standard deviation, and average median to average standard deviation to proportion. So likewise, so in these graphs actually we can't see in detail things. So you can just see the latency, and you can see some smoke here. So we'll get to some graph where I can explain more. Okay, in this graph, Ministry of Higher Education access router graph, and you can see a lot of smoke here. So actually, smoke here means how the what amount of variation in latency. That means these green lines are actually, this is the median value. It means when smoke ping server send 20 ICMP that pin packets to that monitoring router for every 300 seconds, that's every 5 minutes. So from those 20 packets, ICMP packets, we can, it can be all are not similar values. They can vary from different values. Like in here, so the minimum round trip time is going from 1 millisecond round to 13 millisecond, like 12 millisecond. So those 20 packets are distributed in that time range. So we, to create the graph, so graph is actually this green line, green or whatever the line, colored line comes with. So the green line is the actual the median value of those packet distribution. So out of 20, we calculate the median from those 20 packets. So we get the median round trip value. So we draw, so it draws the, so in this case, in this first time slot, so the median value is something between 8 and 9 milliseconds. So in the second time slot, it is around 5 milliseconds. So likewise, in each slot there will be it shows data for 20 ICMP packets. So here smoke, with the smoke you can get the maximum and minimum round trip time. So in this first time slot, you can see as I explained, the lowest and the highest round trip times. So lowest is around 1 millisecond, and the highest is will be 12, around 12 or 13 milliseconds. So actually this traffic, this router access router traffic is not actually healthy traffic. So if it is a healthy router, healthy router, it has a healthy traffic utilization, there should be minimum smoke. So I will show, actually we saw earlier some routers with minimum smokes. So in these routers, there will be minimum smoke, no smoke. So there's no packet latency variations. So that is very important. But this graph has some drawbacks, that this traffic has some drawbacks. Actually, I will come to that later, that these colored lines, red and blue and colors, we'll select another graph. Yeah, this is another our access router. So in this graph, there's a lot of smoke we can see, and that is not good anyway. and because there's a lot of variations in latency. So, and not only that, there's also some we can see blue color lines. Actually, this color means the color shows how much the packet loss is there. So when it comes to green is okay. That means there's 0 packet loss. So when it comes light blue, dark blue, purple, and come to red, so there will be more packet losses. So actually, when we what we all need is when we browsing internet, you're using downloading something, what we all need is a throughput. Actually, throughput is the not the band. Throughput is not similar same as the bandwidth. Throughput is actually the actual data rate at a given time. So actual data rate. So the packet loss and the latency are the most effective, most effective factors that affect on throughput. So if the latency and the packet losses are higher, so we will face low throughput. So face in low internet traffic. So actually so we can see why these in this graph. Yeah, there are different graph for different time periods. So this first graph is the 3-hour graph, the most recent graph, and this one is 30-hour graph, and likewise we can see yearly graph also for lasting for 1 year. And in this graph you can see there are certain times that these smokes and packet losses happen. So we can assume, we can so let's go to our Learn has some internet traffic bandwidth monitoring graphs. We'll see why these packet losses happen. So yeah, so this is the last router that we went for. In this graph, as you can see, their subscribe bandwidth is 10 Mbps. So but right now the traffic is almost filled and saturated. So as you can see, red lines. So traffic is saturated for more than 1 hour. So this means this situation is a congested situation. That means this situation is not recommended. As you can see, we recommend around 75% of bandwidth utilization out of the subscribe bandwidth. So it should be 7.5 Mbps. So we normally it is not recommended to use bandwidth beyond that. So in a congested situation, you actually in such kind of situation you experience these type of packet losses and high latency. So congestion, the network congestion is one of the major reason that packet losses and high latency causes. So that's why we don't recommend, and we ask you to keep bandwidth utilization below the 75% of the subscribed bandwidth. So you can, as you can, we can imagine, we can see these graphs, these packet losses come in certain times. When we see, when we go through these graphs, so at the daytime, when the when the access router utilize or access router traffic is congested, we can as congested these packet losses and high latency happens. So other causes, some causes of packet losses may be some faulty devices, and some maybe router software issues, maybe configurations issues, or something like that. So there may be, or maybe the hardware hardware capability, that router switch hardware capability may be a causes for the packet losses and latency. Actually, these graphs also shows in the legend the median round trip time, and so also the max round trip time, and minimum round trip time, and likewise some statistical data. So, and also similar with the packet loss, it shows around the average packet loss, max packet loss, and minimum likewise. So mainly we can observe, we can monitor packet losses and latency through the smoke beam. So we can troubleshoot any throughput issues on your network. I think that's all I have to tell about smoke beam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lanta, for that detailed descriptions. I believe everyone can got a better idea what exactly smoking is doing, because even though we are experienced this one in the lab environment, maybe you didn't get that much of information from our lab environment. So the explanation that given by the Mr. Lanta is very informative, and I believe you got a real idea and how these graphs are being read and how to get the information out of that one. So I encourage you to continue with the lab setup and finish it off, and get the information from the lab devices, and try to implement this setup in your institutions, and try to get some kind of advantage from the knowledge that we are sharing. So in the evening session, Mr. Lalanta will going to teach you about the another monitoring software, or not the monitoring, actually performance measuring software, the FOAP-Sona. So that also become very helpful tool in your network infrastructure. So if you have any questions about this smoke ping setup, you can forward them as well. We will go through the error messages and the things that you have shared with this chat box, and we will try to inform or the help as much as possible. But again, I am encouraging you to go through our instructions and always try to get the information that are shared by the instructor, and do the work, so it will become, I think, successful, because most of the people have got the required results. So whenever you get the error, you try to troubleshoot it by yourself as much as possible. The Google is there and YouTube is there. There are a lot of resources out there. So just get in the error and just don't pass it to us, because I believe as network people and the people with experience, you know that you can try to rectify that error by yourself, by doing some researches as well. So still, if you can't, forward to us. So depending on the case, we will try to help you. But you know that there are a lot of people out here, so we will have to get to you one by one, depending on the error. So we'll here to help, but it doesn't mean that you don't want to try. You can try, as I told you. You try with the Google and try to find the answers. So this is how even we are learning. So okay, so we will get the lunch break now. While you are having the lunch break, you can pass the question that you're having. We will go through them and try to answer them. So at 1:30, we are starting the Persona lab. Please try to be on the time and join with your registered name as well. And if you have any delay to join in the session, maybe you will miss some instructions by the instructor, then you will not be able to do the lab correctly. So that is your responsibility to join the session at the given time and listen to the instruction that are given by the instructor. Okay, then we'll meet after the 1:30, at about 1:30 p.m. after lunch break. Thank you very much for joining for this session.
Hello, everyone. As promised, today afternoon, we are going to introduce you with a new topic or new application, Persona. So Persona is we have seen many monitoring systems. So some of our passive monitoring system, some of our base SNMP, like Acti, Nagios, Savix, and like things. So there are also active monitoring system. We in earlier session we discussed SmokePin. So likewise, the Persona is an active monitoring system. So why we need the why we need persona. So actually, the classic monitoring system like uh, Cactinagios are good for monitoring network devices. So network links which are on or off. That is, they are good at detecting at downtime or fail situations. So, but they are not good, or they are incapable of detecting uh, when there is a performance lag. So, in a time that somehow the connectivity is there, we can pin a site, we can pin a remote server, but we can't use it in a usable way. So in that case, to detect such problems, we can make use of persona. So normally persona is started within the research and education community, mainly by ESNet. So it was mainly intended for discovering performance issues within research and education networks. But not limited to that, we can use it by now. Even companies are using it for detection of network performance worldwide. So in this graph, you can see how the worldwide research and education community is distributed and their connectivities. Any network actually consists of many other networks. Network is a, we call a network is a collection of network. So like that, the research and education community network also consists of many type of heterogeneous that is different set of networks. So they can be they are distributed globally, and they can be interconnected with different types of networks like um, regional networks, research and education backbone networks. Maybe they are going through other commodity networks. So maybe going through these connections likewise. So finally, what we need to is the end-to-end performance. Maybe from a Sri Lankan university staff need to access US or UK remote services and service and data without any performance lag, that with higher data rate and without any failure. So that is what expected to be the research and education network. So this is this depicts that in a research community sources and the elements can be distributed worldwide. Maybe some data source, the monitoring source can be located in another part of world. So storage can be located in some other country, other region, and then finally the processing of data can happen in other location. So all these things happen in different locations, and but they all together should work as one. So to do that, those interconnectivity between among nodes or among resources should be seamless and should be very reliable. So another reason is sometimes some resources can't be accommodated by someone due to high cost, and so that some other country people are accessing some remote resources with their collaborations. So that's a reason that this research and education network should have a good bandwidth and failure resistance. Also, another challenging thing that this research and education network faces these interconnected networks are owned by different organizations. Like it can be owned by a government organization or another academic and research institute or university, or can be internet service provider, commercial internet service provider, and such things. So different entities have different customers. They have different policies, and different funding models, and they have different hardware and capabilities, and they can have different bandwidth, and they within network they can have different configurations. So networks are different, and ownership is different. So maintaining end-to-end connectivity, so reliable and high throughput end-to-end connectivity is very challenging. So if someone due to these variations and policies, so we can't we can only maintain our own network. Sometimes we also face within our own network we can't sometimes handle our own issues. So how to handle other domains or other owners issues? So what we can only do is we can monitor those issues and report them using this kind of persona like tools. So we always know the word the bandwidth. So some people may not be familiar with throughput, mainly if not very technical people. So actually, what is bandwidth and throughput? So what are the differences? Uh, so through bandwidth is you know that we when your commercial home internet provider, you provide with the bandwidth 100 Mbps, like, or maybe your campus learn provide some 300 Mbps or likewise bandwidth. But what is throughput? So throughput is actually actual data transfer rate. So compared with bandwidth, bandwidth is theoretical data rate. So when we provide 300 Mbps link, that means you can go maximum up to 300 Mbps. So normally, theoretically, you can't go beyond that. It is also equal to we call it also channel capacity. the maximum channel capacity, and another word is maximum capacity. And when in below picture you can see the difference between bandwidth and throughput. So it's like bandwidth is like the cars in a highway, tightly they are tightly compacted and go with some speed. So in that situation, we can utilize the road with maximum efficiency. So in this case, we can fill up the road with 24 cars, and so 24 cars will pass some particular point on the road per second. So in contrast, throughput. So in actual situation, we can't go in that in a compactor, that we can't touch other vehicles, and there should be some space between. So in actual situation, so in that case, in this image, you see only 20 cars will pass some point per second. So that's the difference between bandwidth and throughput. Even though we provide you with some bandwidth, what you get is throughput. So throughput is actually limited by many factors. We will later discuss. We are discussing the factors that affect in that throughput, and what are the reasons that will reduce your throughput levels. So throughput limiting factors. One is network latency, and I also earlier said you the most affecting factors will be a network latency and packet loss, and the other one is network congestion, and other one is enforced limitation, like when we provide you institute with some link speed, maybe 100 Mbps. So that is a enforced limitation. Even you have 1 gig connection, you only get 100 Mbps link. So likewise, so other one is protocol overhead, and protocol overhead happens in a transmission medium, like interface, switch interface, route interface, or cable. So we'll see again what are these one by one. So network latency means earlier in smoking you saw that RTT. So that's a metric of network. That's a measurement of network latency. Network latency means how much it take to take the packet to go from some source to some destination. So this latency can be caused by the length of the path. That means if the packet coming from some from Colombo to another place in Colombo, normally the latency will be less than 1 millisecond. So if it comes to somewhere around Kandy or something, it comes a long way and passing through so many devices and fiber optic cables. So it will take around 6 milliseconds. So likewise, when we go beyond that worldwide, so it will take around 40, maybe 100, maybe 300 milliseconds. So the latency is caused by the propagation delay. That is the how long it takes to pass the copper or fiber cable. And other one is the processing or routing or switching delay by active devices. And the packet loss. What is packet loss and errors is when we send a packet to from some destination, packet due to many reasons like congestion, hardware failure, software failures, the packet will be lost in the middle. So that is called a packet loss. Or maybe error packet will be received, so no use of error packet. So it's same like packet loss. The network congestion is in smoking. I showed the situation in network congestion. So where network congestion happen when there is unexpected traffic passing through some link or some device. Like if some link is capable of 100 Mbps, so if we push more than like 90% of traffic, so there will be a congestion. So all the traffic used by the users will be slow and useless. So also another reason for network congestion is device incapability, that device resources, routers or switches have less buffers, so they can't handle queues, and maybe less memory. So these less CPU performance, like those things can be a reason for network congestion. So and the enforced limitation, it is actually easy to understand. Even the physical link and the routing and router hardware are capable of going beyond some traffic level, but it is limited by deliberately limited by some ISP or network provider. So the other one is protocol overhead in the transmission medium like gigabit Ethernet or fast Ethernet. This happens due to the protocol the sort of operation of protocol. Like when we designing a protocol, we can't just send the user traffic. Like when we download some file, so file has some 12 say 10 MB size. So but protocol need actually protocol to pass those traffic from source to destination need some metadata, some other traffic to handle. So is sometimes like when we send a snail mail, like we send it in a letter envelope. So the actual content is inside the letter, but to send it we need another paper envelope. So likewise, so this is called overhead. So overhead can happen in any layer, like in Ethernet layer 2, there's frame overhead, and so like in IP layer there's a layer 3 overhead. like IP header and trailer. So likewise, in layer 2, frame overhead can be up to 24 bytes. So it is actually sum of preamble and start frame delimiter. So preamble is actually used for synchronization of uh, devices at two ends. So to synchronize the communication, bit communication, so at source and destination, preamble is used. So start frame delimiter marks the beginning of a frame. So and also like in earlier example, we discussed that vehicles can't run uh, in connection with others, that is in touch with others. There need to be some space. So likewise, for the frames also need some gap. So we call it interframe gap. It has 12 bytes. So if you use VLANs in our networks, there will be another 4 bytes added. So altogether maximum there will be frame overhead of 24 bytes in layer 2. So we'll next go to some sort of calculation, how this frame overhead affect the throughput level when it comes to some uh, interface level. So throughput is here you can see the equation. So throughput is equal to this equation, frame size divided by frame size plus frame overhead, and all multiplied by switch port bitrate. So think you have a gigabit Ethernet network that it is theoretically supports 100,000 megabits per second. So but in actual case we can't use that much of traffic. So according to this equation, so think we are using the standard frame size in layer 2 is 1518 bytes. So it has as we said, it has any layer 2 frame has at maximum has 24 bytes of overhead. So with this equation you will get 984.43 something Mbps. So as you can see, due to this protocol overhead, we can't actually get the theoretical or actual channel bitrate. We can't get it. So it will be something something like reduce something lower than that. So the TCP problem, that TCP has some problem with some latency, network latency and packet loss, unlike UDP. So because TCP is connection oriented, and it has flow control, and if some packet drop, it has to retransmit those packets, and so that the actual throughput will be reduced due to these reasons. So this Mathi's equation, this is some equation to show you how these latency, round trip time and the packet loss will affect the TCP throughput, right? In this equation, MSS, maximum segment size, that's and we can also say the packet size. When the packet size, so MSS is increased, throughput will be increased, right? But there is also some limitation. Maximum MSS can't be higher than some level, like MSS the maximum MTU, maximum transfer unit cannot be in layer 3 cannot be higher than 64 kilobytes, likewise. So and the RTT. So RTT and packet loss are inversely affecting this throughput. So as you can see, when RTT is incremented, throughput will be reduced according to the equation. And also when the P is increased, throughput will be reduced, but the RTT is more effective on throughput, negatively affect on throughput more than packet loss, because you can see is packet it is square root of packet loss in the equation. So according to this equation, the maximum throughput you can achieve is less than what you get from this equation. So in practice, it will be less than what you get from this equation. So this is another table that shows how TCP throughput is affected by network latency and packet loss. So in left side, we go through several round trip latency milliseconds, and with that latency and no packet loss, you can have this TCP throughput. So without that means with 0 millisecond latency, the nearly 0 millisecond, and no packet loss, you can have 93.5 Mbps. So but with that latency, with only 2% of packet loss, you can have 3.72 Mbps. That's very low than this one. So see how much this packet loss is affected on this bandwidth. So likewise, in this case, when we increase latency from 0 millisecond to 30 millisecond, TCP throughput will be drastically reduced to 16.2. Likewise, you can see the results up to 90 milliseconds. So this is another graphical show of how how latency and packet loss affect on the throughput, and also this show about different networks, different domains, or different levels of network in the same time. So imagine in the x-axis you can see the round trip time, and in y-axis is throughput. So when the latency increases, so with some small packet loss, like 0.0046 small packet loss, the throughput will be reduced drastically up to around 12 milliseconds, and beyond that slightly throughput will be reduced. So we can also see this in another aspect, like as I said, we can see different types of network in this graph. So in normally within LAN, local LAN, latency is not much higher, even though that there may be packet losses even due to some reasons. Normally there are very less packet loss within the LAN. So within the LAN, latency will be very low, like less than 1 millisecond. You can check also within your network when you pin your own router and things. It will take less than 1 millisecond. So in that case, you can achieve up to 9,000, up to almost 10 Gbps speed within your LAN. So when it comes to metro or remote, metro area, like in larger metro area, so it will take the latency will be increased by some millisecond, maybe 2 or 3 milliseconds. In that case, we can experience around 5,000 throughput. So we can, from this graph, we can imagine that in metro area we can go up to 5,000 throughput with this specific packet loss. And next comes the regional, that is think some regional, like between two countries, like, so it takes around it takes a bit more than 10 or 12 milliseconds. So in that region, throughput will be reduced to up nearly around or less than 1000 Mbps. Even you have the 10 gig network infrastructure, maybe 40 gig, but you due to this latency, you can't go beyond this around 1000 Mbps in these regional networks. So in the same way, the continental and international links, so throughput will be reduced with the latency. And you can see this purple line. So with no loss, if there's no loss, sometimes this may be theoretical, nearly theoretical. So with no loss, you can have this much of traffic, up to international level. Even you can reach the other remote area, another part in the world, with around 9,000 Mbps speed with no loss. But normally that is not the actual thing happen. There will be some amount of packet loss. So that's the reason. So where these issues can happen, normally when we access remote networks, we pass through several types of networks. Maybe in case of you pass through LAN network, you pass through our service provider network, then provide to another level of internet service provider, or sometimes we also have some academic networks, academic direct connections, backbones. So in that case, you have to pass through that academic network. So likewise, you have to pass through many types of networks. So the faults can be anywhere, like in this picture. It can be within your network, it can be in destination network, it can be a fault in your router, your switch, or destination router switch, likewise. So due to these reasons, throughput you expect will not have throughput you expect will not have. So issues can happen in many locations. You can't actually monitor these things. You only can feel these things, and you can maybe you can report by extended troubleshooting. You can find the region that that slowness happens, so you can report to that particular network owners about this. And soft failures was hard failures. So we normally know about hard failures. So classical monitoring systems know about hard failures. So they know about link down, like fiber cut, or routed down due to power failure, and hardware, some hardware maybe cease to function, maybe that is crashing, and also many like these things. So these things can be easily detected by these classical monitoring systems. So what about soft failures? So the soft failure situations, only you can feel actually you know that basic connectivity is okay, but network is slow. When you stream something, or when you access in some site or services, you feel more slowness than ever. But you troubleshoot, you ping it, it works, but you don't know why this happens. So that is a soft failure. And so in this case, these soft failures, you can't actually you don't even feel. Sometimes maybe there is a bandwidth lag, but when you browse, you don't feel it. You when you browse a normal web page, you can't feel this, but when you download something, you feel this. So what is FERP-SONA? FERP-SONA is the in definition we can say it is a collection of software or collection of tools for performing and sharing end-to-end network measurements. So this FERP-SONA works in a federated environment. Federated means the FERP-SONA nodes are collectively operated. That is, there are FERP-SONA nodes worldwide. So network measurements always run between these nodes. So that we can detect any path issues and performance issues between these nodes. And this package collection of tools, maybe existing tools, and to perform these network measurements. We will see later what are these tools. There are around 10 or 12, 10 or something tools. And as we discussed, this is dedicated for actually detecting soft failures. So soft failures are hard to detect, and it goes undetected usually. So Persona is made for this. And the other advantage is this is deployed around all around the world in academic, mostly in academic networks, mostly in academic institute and operators like NRENs and other service providers like this, and laboratories and other science institutes. This is deployed. By now it is said around 2000 nodes are there in the world, around 2000. These all are also registered nodes. There is a registration process, or that is automatic node registration process. So these are all registered. There may be also another nodes that are unregistered, may be used within your own networks to measure performance within your network. So such nodes may be existing. And this Persona schedules the network measurement test. So normally this Persona is an active measurement tool, so we have to run measurement test. So this is not passively monitoring anything. So we have to send some traffic, to measure, to get the measurements. So these should be scheduled, because there are many types of tests, that is throughput test, latency test, or some other DNS test, or many different types of tests are run. So these need to be scheduled, otherwise there will be conflicts. So there's a dedicated scheduler, we'll see later, within Persona to schedule the measurement test. And this also archive that store the test results. That is, test results are very important, because using these test data, we can create graphs, and we can visualize data over the time. So we can detect what are the problems, what happened yesterday, what is happening today, right? We can see those things. And to visualize these results, there are tools like we'll see later. There's called a Mad Dash, like dashboard, to visualize these archive data to graphs. Actually, Persona was initiated by ESNet, and Gene2, that is European network, and Internet2 is American network, and RNP Brazil. So this is initial effort and by these organizations. So now this is also supported by other institutes and universities. And measured metrics. So we can, using this Persona, we can measure many metrics. Metrics like throughput, one-way latency, round trip time, so packet loss, packet duplication, jitter, and several metrics can be measured using this tool. we earlier discussed about throughput. So throughput can be measured, and one-way latency. Normally, what we saw earlier is round trip time. That is two-way latency. That is outgoing and incoming. Both two latency will be measured. In one-way latency, only from some particular source to destination will be measured. So also round trip time will be measured, and packet loss can be measured, and packet duplication. The packet duplication is happens when packet duplication means the same packet is sent twice by some error. That is can be duplicated by many reasons, like when we configuring aggregatedly, that is either channels, it can happen like in SD-WAN, it can happen the packet duplication, and in port metering, packet duplication happen. So in such cases, this packet duplication happens. So the other one is jitter. Jitter is the variations in arrival time of packet between two endpoints. So think we send the packet from A to B. It takes around 10 milliseconds. When we send again, it takes around 2 milliseconds. So there's a difference between arrival time. So that is the jitter. So this is the architecture for SONA. So this shows the components and how they interact with each other. This has the tools. This shows the tools, and this also shows the scheduler. Scheduler is the one who executes the task, or who executes the measurement task. So it uses below the down tools around like hyper-free, hyper-ping, like trace path, trace route. Those tools are executed from the scheduler to measure the measurements or metrics. And this also has archiving component for like SMAN database. SMAN is a time series database for archiving time related data, and this also have some component called psconfig. Psconfig is used for configuring the task. Like we can, it is actually template from it. That is, we can save, we can configure a measurement task. What to be monitored, what will be the source destination. So when to execute these things. So those will be saved in JSON files, right? JSON, some of you may not know the JSON. So in JSON formatted file, we can save those things. These are called templates. So using this psconfig module, we can execute measurement tasks. So there are also visualization components like Mad Dash. Also there are graph module for creating graphs. So also there's a trace route weaver, and there's also psconfig web admin for configuring the psconfig. So there's a toolkit UI to actually monitor the and configure these measurement tasks and view the measurement results. So there's also another discovery component, that is lookup service registration. There's a website that we can the website directory for locating and searching these worldwide persona nodes. So the task of this lookup service registration component is to register with this directory. This happens actually when we assign a real IP, that is public IP, to your persona node. It will normally automatically register with the this directory. So these are the persona tools. One is WAN, that is this tool is used for one-way latency, measuring one-way latency, that is only one direction latency of one direction will be measured. So other one is TWAMP, that is this tool is used to measure two-way latency, and also it can measure the packet loss. So it is like a pin tool. The IPERF3 and IPERF2, these are two versions of the same tool, and this is used for throughput testing, that is how much maximum bandwidth or maximum traffic can be achieved in a provided bandwidth. So the IPERF is used for throughput testing. And NUT TCP, another throughput testing tool. And traceroute, traceroute is used for locating the path of traffic. That is when we send traffic from one A location to B location, there will be many routers and many nodes in between. So we all need to trace what are these nodes and what will be the path. So traceroute is used for that, and tracepath is similar to traceroute, but it also measure the path MTU, that is maximum transfer unit. So it has that capability. And Paris traceroute is also like the previous two tools, but it helps to detect the presence of load balancers when there are multiple paths, like when we go hop by hop, that's one. When we travel, when a packet travel by A to B, there may be intermediate hosts, but in the middle may be path, there may be two paths or another three paths. So in that case, traceroute can't do it very well. In such case, Paris traceroute can correctly identify those multiple paths and give the results. And the other one is ping. We all know the ping basic tool, so classic tool. So it can be used to determine the reachability and the device availability and round trip time. Also, we can see the packet loss from that tool by sending actually to measure packet loss. We have to send so many pin packets to measure the packet loss. We talked about scheduling earlier. Scheduling is scheduling. We need to schedule tasks. Actually, we run different tasks. We run different tests, throughput test, pin test, or two-way latency test, or other kind of test that we saw earlier. So these tests can't be conflicted, so that these should be somehow scheduled. Like consider throughput test. When we send throughput test to destination at once, or they are overlap, so the results will be inaccurate. So in that case, we need to schedule those things. We need to schedule, like first throughput test is run, next another test run, next another throughput test run. Likewise, we have to schedule this. For that purpose, there's a scheduler inbuilt for in Persona. Also, this scheduler execute the tools to, and also it gathers the and gathers the results, and it send these results for archive. So to say those results are sent to archive, that means we call it measurement archive or measurement database. So we can later those data, we can use those data to create graphs using MatDash tool. Archive measurement results. We talk about SMAN, that is time series database, is used for archiving the measurement results in Persona. And this tool have two ways to set up that. In two configurations, this database archive to archive this archive can be set up. The first one is actually the default way. When we there are several installation of Persona. There's a package called Persona Toolkit. So when we install Toolkit, the measurement archive, the SMAN component comes by default. So we don't need to do any additional configurations. So measurement archive will be within the same host as the measurement host, that is the Persona node, and the measurement results will be automatically stored in the same host, stored in the SMAN database. The other way of storing this measurement results in a central server. That in a situation that say we manage multiple Persona nodes. We need multiple Persona nodes when we think when we have remote branches. Our university has a branch in Colombo, another branch in Anuradhapura somewhere. Like it's a remote site, so we need always to measure our bandwidth between those two locations. So we have Persona node at both locations. In that case, there can be multiple Persona node for all locations. In that case, you need to. It's much better. Is the recommended ways is to have a central server for saving all measurement results. So it is not recommended, and it is not actually useful to have measurement data in each database or each Persona node. So having all the measurement results in a single central server is very useful, because it can be easily visualized. That is, we can see those measurement results in graph in a single web UI. Otherwise, we'll have to go through every every node web UI to see the results. So that is some cumbersome, and having a single measurement archive and single dashboard is very useful. This needs actually additional some configuration that is not actually a trivial task, not hard one. So this can be easily set up. So in lab setup, we have tutorials for both of these setups. First, we will try the first setup one, that is we set up a single persona node, and the measurement archive will be in the same server, and the mad dash, that is the visualizer, that is the web UI, will be in the same server. In the second setup, as explained here, there will be a central archive server, and there will be 2 measurement nodes, and 2 measurement nodes will send the archive, that is test results, to the single storage, that single measurement archive, and the measurement that's visualizer, that's mad dash, will be in the central archive as well. So we'll discuss these 2 setups in our lab later. Configuration. So normally we can execute the measurement task through the web UI. There's a persona web UI. We can add measurement tasks there and run it, but it is actually not scalable. That is, when we have, like in previous case, when we have multiple persona nodes, we have to go to one by one and execute measurement tasks. So that is not practical. So the best thing is to use psconfig template framework. That is, these measurements can be configured in this psconfig template framework in JSON formatted files. So these templates is read by the there are 2 agents, like scheduler agents and mad dash agents. Those agents read those templates and execute the task. So psconfig template framework is used in such environment. So it is very useful and the recommended way of using. Also, psconfig as we discussed, schedule the tasks at multiple nodes, and it help visualize the components to display results from multiple nodes in a single dashboard. So psconfig has 2 agents. One is psconfig schedule agent, other is psconfig mad dash agent. So schedule agent is normally run on the persona node, that is measurement host. We call it also measurement host. And the psconfig mad dash agent, that is agent used for the mad dash visualizer, or Mad Dash Web UI is run in the Mad Dash server, or may the Mad Dash server maybe the it is the same as the measurement archive server. Normally, Mad Dash and measurement archive, that is SMAN, run together in the same server. So scheduler, psconfig scheduler agent, its job is to read the configuration template JSON files and send those read and send those tasks to scheduler for execution. And the Mad Dash agent is the duty of Mad Dash agent is to read the configuration template and to help visualize or show the graph and results from the Mad Dash dashboard. So this is about how the visualization of measurement data happens in PubSona. Normally, Mad Dash is used to visualize this measurement result. So Mad Dash access the measurement archive, and using those archive data, Mad Dash create graphs and create some dashboard like below, like in a grid mode. So this the specialty in Mad Dash is actually it can visualize, it can display measurement results in two-dimensional way. We have several, we have 10, like in this case, it has 15 measurement nodes. So in these 15 measurement nodes, there can be there are many combinations. So there can be many connections, right? It can be equal to the 15 square. The number can be equal to the 15 square. There's some equation for that, and so if there are n nodes, n number of nodes, it can be it is somewhat equal to the n square, and somewhat n square less some amount nodes. So in this case, there can be these nodes can be connected in a mesh way. That's the maximum number of connections that can have. So each one in a mesh connection, each node can be connected to each node. So maybe not directly, but somehow indirectly, each of node can be connected to another node. So only situation that cannot happen is the same node cannot be connected to itself, right? In this white boxes. So in that case, it is not happening. So same node can't connect to itself. So in the other cases, node 2 can connect to node 1, likewise up to node 15. So in this type of setup or connectivity, so we need to, it is very useful to have this type of dashboard, or like a grid-like dashboard. So it is supported by Mad Dash. So upon clicking these boxes, we can see the results, like hovering on these boxes. if think if this is a packet loss uh, packet loss visualization, packet loss graph. So when we hover these boxes, it will show this. If this is green, it will show something 0% packet loss. Like if we click on yellow, it will be something 2%. Likewise, it will show visualize the results. So we earlier discussed about the worldwide persona nodes. There are around 2000 persona nodes all around the world. The registered node. Also, you can see here actually if the image is clear. These are amount around 2000 or something. So if you access this web URL, you can search for a particular persona node that is a registered node all around the world. You can search in this box. So you can browse from these services. The left side shows what are the services running on those nodes. So you can filter using that browsing directory as well. So this is this site website shows what is each measurement node services running, and what are the other details, what are the other administrators, and what are the host capabilities are there. So by seeing by going to that particular node, you can get details, and you can have a measurement test to any of node. So these nodes are open for testing. So you can schedule a test either by using your persona web user interface, or either by PSConfig template framework. You can schedule a task which any of these node. Okay, how to deploy the persona? The recommended ways to deploy it is in Science DMC. Science DMC is Science Demilitarized Zones. DMZ means Demilitarized Zone. So in that zone, actually there's no traffic filtering virtually, but there's no traffic filtering. There's no traffic throttling. So normally Science DMZ in your network means some network connected to your border router, or actually it is not behind the firewall. So there's no firewall between DMZ, and normally there's no filtering between DMZ and the Science DMZ and the outside network. The reason not to filter is actually for the high performance, and because firewall creates some throughput. Firewall causes some throughput issues. So that's why we have this. We would like to have this persona in this DMZ zone. So other scientific applications shared by other global collaborators will be also hosted within this Science DMZ. If you have multiple sites, remote branches, you can have persona nodes, persona node within those branches also. This shows such situation. So if you want to test a measurement test between sites or from a site to the outside, or the maybe from a site to the border router, you can conduct a measurement test from this persona node to persona node located in DMZ zone. So in that case, you have to remove some particular firewall rules, or you have to allow some ports for that particular outside that persona in DMZ zone, so that you can run throughput to other any test between these nodes. So in this setup, you can measure you can measure within your own LAN. On-demand testing. Imagine persona is always used for regular testing. That is, it is normally intended for scheduled testing. So test can be run on scheduled manner, maybe 12 p.m. night throughput test, or pin can be scheduled, or latency test can be scheduled 6 times a day in regular basis. But when you face an issue on your links, you can also have a on-demand test. That is, you can go to that, or you can arrange a person from another location, maybe in this case remote site. You can have a test from there to persona node in DMZ zone. So maybe this remote site does not have a persona, so that's why this person is there with his laptop. For this on-demand testing, actually you have to install there is a package for persona. There are different measurement options for installation options for persona. There's a Docker option, that is Docker means container based installation. Docker option for installation of this persona. You can use this Docker option to install to persona in your computer or laptop. Then you can measure on-demand test from this particular site to this persona node to troubleshoot any issues. So if you are network admin and you are using a persona, you need to develop a test plan. So normally what you need to test is throughput, packet loss, availability, or latency like measurements. So think you want to measure throughput. So you want to measure throughput in some situation, like you have a research collaborator in another country. So if there is some performance issues, or you want to see if you to run some particular application or to have some data transfer, you want to test the throughput between two locations. So you can locate that persona node. If there's a persona node in that location, or in that collaborator site, you can have a throughput test between them. And other use cases, normally if you are accessing some services occasionally, or use services more often than other services, so you can find a persona node very near to, or actually it is very useful if you can find a location, person or not located at the site. You can run a test between that site, that node and your node. Also, it is very useful, as discussed, to measure regular test to ensure the throughput between your own site, maybe your own remote branches. When you conduct a throughput test, normally it may be very less times. We can't say this much time, 4 times or 5 times. You can decide it, but it will be very less times than other tests like packet loss or pin test. So you can schedule normally throughput test for minimum time, like 20 seconds or 15, 10 seconds, because if you run a throughput test, all the bandwidth of your network, backbone network, will be consumed. So the users can't access the internet and other services. So you don't run for longer than 20 or something seconds. And you also should think that to consider these tests overnight or off-peak times, like not in daytime. Maybe if there's a daytime issue, you can run it at lunchtime or on demand, not in a schedule basis. So, but you can schedule it in nighttime or peak time. For packet loss, availability and latency test, those are not much bandwidth consuming test. So you can run those things between your collaborators, research or academic collaborators sites, and your between sites of your services, and between your own remote branches. These type of tests actually can be scheduled in a regular interval, because they are not consuming, or they are not troubling the user bandwidth. So users will be able to access the internet while running these tests. So that's all about the presentation. If you anything, any query, I will answer. I hope you got some something about Persona and where it is used, why it is used, how it is useful, I think. So next session we have to now it's 3 o'clock, up to 4. We can quickly download, if you have download the Persona node in our website. You can download in a virtual mount in a virtual box, and start it and do some small configuration like IP configurations, and whether it runs test whether it runs okay, and you can access the Persona UI. So that is what you have to do today. Tomorrow in the morning session, we are going to go through the its web interface and graphs, and we conduct we conduct and schedule some tests through the web interface. And next we can also try out like measurement archives and mad dash for display in measurement archives results. So we can try out if you are successful today. Anything about presentation? Maybe you know everything. That's why I'm not asking. You can download the Persona node here if you haven't downloaded yet. It's actually the toolkit version. That is Persona is bundled with the operating system, and so we don't have to install Persona there. Normally, installation for Persona installation, it is recommended to have a minimum of 2 cores and 4 GB RAM, and also it is recommended to have a dedicated server that is not on any virtual machines or containers to experience the maximum results. So it's much better if you can have 4 GB memory of your VM. For now we are using VM for this. You can also see that if you deploy in your campus or things, hope to test 10G part, you need to have 2.8 gigahertz or higher clock rate, and there are some recommendations. So here, as I said, there is container-based deployment, that is Docker deployment. Also, you can host it in low-cost node, low-profile hardware and cheap hardware. If you do that, if you deploy it in low-profile hardware, you will have to store archive in another server, measurement archive in another server, and also the MAD dash in that another server. Persona have different options, package options, installation options. As you can see, there are 5 options there: Persona Tools, Persona Test Point, Persona Core, Persona Toolkit, Persona Central Management. So, don't know that you can. This graphic shows how they are, how the packages are related. The minimum package, the smallest package you can have is Persona Tools. So it has all the basic tools required, but it does not have any scheduler. So you can't schedule any tasks by installing this package. Also, you can't register this node because it lack of this ls registration component, and also it does not have this scheduler agent, so it can't use psconfig configuration template. So this is the minimum package. So you can install using package management, like in Ubuntu, apt-get Persona Tools, apt-get install Persona Tools likewise. And the package beyond that is Persona Test Point. It can be registered into that global directory, and it has a scheduler, so you can schedule tasks, and it also come with psconfig scheduler agent, so it can read the configuration template and execute test. The other the up level package is Persona Core. So it has the SMAN. SMAN means the data archive database. So the Persona Core can, if you install Persona Core, you can archive data, and today actually we are in this workshop, we are going to install Persona Toolkit, the full version. So it has also all the GUIs, that is web interface, other system and security features, and all together with the Persona Core. And there's another separate package called Persona Central Management. Actually, this package is not used for measurement. This package is used for measurement archive and visualizing the results using MAD dash. So this package is used for that, not for any executive measurement task. So in our lab, we will use this Persona Toolkit and Persona Central Management also. uh, there's also documentation for how to install Cisco Toolkit ISO. Uh, that is what we are installing today. And there's also package management bundle and Debian Ubuntu installation packages and Docker installation. Okay, this is the Persona setup. So as you can see, the Persona is actually we are not going to run Persona in connected to any of your the current lab setup. So it is not a part of the lab setup. So this Persona node you should install in isolation with your with this lab setup. So if when you download and mount this virtual machine, Persona virtual machine, you should set up the network adapter in bridge mode. Otherwise, this will not work properly. So I have the Persona VirtualBox file with me. I hope you have downloaded this one. So I'm going to actually now that setup. I haven't shown that how to load this Persona file into the VirtualBox and how to do basic initial configurations. So I'm now going to show you how to load this Persona file. So this is the downloaded file. So first I'm going to create a new virtual machine. So I'm going to give a name Persona 2. So machine folder will be the default location. And we have to choose, remember to choose Linux. So, and there's also we have to choose the which Linux variations. Actually, this is CentOS. So CentOS is not listed here. So Red Hat is the commercial version of CentOS. So we can choose Red Hat here. So Red Hat 64-bit version you have to choose, right? Continue. Then, as I said, it is much better to have 4 GB RAM for this setup. I select 4096 megabytes. Then create a virtual hard disk now. Hard disk file type, go ahead. And storage on a physical hard drive, dynamically allocated, not fixed size. Then we give, I recommend you to give around at least 50 GB for this setup. So select create. So for Persona, VM is created. So we have to now mount. We have to mount the sorry, I messed up everything. It is important, no? This is not obvious. So you don't have to create. You want to create if you are installing from iOS image. Sorry for this. You have to import this appliance. Hello. Sorry. Somehow I think I was not audible for you for some time. I don't know how much you miss. I think I will demonstrate how to import the download persona OBA file. So I have yeah, I will share. So okay, I think you can now see me and hear me. And this is the OBA file I have downloaded. So I'm opening this virtual box. So I have to import this. Sorry, my virtual box crashed actually. So I have to import this OBA file. So I'm selecting the OBA file using import persona OBA. So once selected, continue. Then by default, the RAM has been set up for 2 GB, that is 2048 megabytes. So if you have more RAMs, you can edit this. You can go for 4 GB. That is the amount of recommended minimum RAM for this setup, and number of cores is 2. Others are okay, keep them as they are. Also, you have to select generate new MAC addresses for all network adapters. So there won't be any conflicts of MACs. Then click on import. So now I'm finished with importing the persona OBA file, and once finished, I'll go through the settings again. Yeah, you have to make sure you are connected to bridge adapter, not NAT or anything. Also, you have to ensure that promiscuous mode allow all, and other important settings like RAM, processor, and are they are as expected. So once you verify them, you click start. As I said, you are not going to connect this persona to the existing lab environment. So you are running this setup in parallel with others, not inside lab setup. So you are using a bridge adapter. So the persona should get whatever the IP address like you have in your laptop or desktop computer, that is the host computer. So same IP, same IP from that particular range should be assigned to the persona node also. Now, yeah, the persona is starting. That is actually the toolkit is bundled with the CentOS operating system. So I think you are going with me. If not, please chat me or let me know. So sorry for the previous things. So booting is finished. Now yes. So once boot, you have to first log in with the root user. The root user username, root user password is given here. That is the NMM Lab 2022. There's another user called user. So that also has the same password. So you don't have to go through any installation steps. So you have to actually start from here. Once you import the OVA file from the VirtualBox, you have to start from here. So previous are not relevant to this. Sorry for that, confusing you. Once login, you have to carefully choose the steps and follow the steps. So you ask to enter website, Persona website administrator account. So there's a Persona website, web UI. So I am entering here admin, and it asks for password. You can enter any username password that you prefer. I am entering the same root password here. So now you are asked to disable root user access, that is access from SSH, and also asked to create a new super user account. Yes, click. So next you are asked to enter the user. You have to specify a user account here to enable the super mode. That is, if you have an existing user account, you can add that user to you can add that user as a super user. So you ask to enter account. Actually, this in this installation, this OS, there's a account called user, right? So I am entering that account here. Right now the root SSH is disabled, so the existing session will be there, but once you log out, you can't SSH to this host, but you can access from actually this virtual host, but you can't remotely connect to this machine from root user. Now let's see. Now I'm going to log out from this account, root account here. Right now, I am trying to access this server using the user account. the name of the account is also the user. So I am giving the password that I set earlier. So now I'll log in with the user account. As you can see, there was no error, so that means this is the super user. Otherwise, when you execute this sudo command, you will be given error that you are not a super user, and this will be reported like this. Okay. Once you do that, you have to do IP configuration. Hello. Sorry, I was disconnected for some time. Uh, Right. So I had also some problems with receiving the IP, right, from DHCP. So, but now after resolving the connection, and I have received received an IP address. So actually this is an DHCP IP. So we recommend to have a static IP from the same range. Also, please use Ethernet connection as possible. Don't use Wi-Fi connections for the bridge adapter. So you can test the connectivity from bringing the Google DNS outside, and right. As in this window, you can set a static IP here. You had to add the IP ADDR field and gateway and DNS server, DNS1, 2. If you use one DNS server, only you can specify DNS1 only. And also you have to specify prefix. Normally it is 24. And also you have to set boot protocol to none. By default it is DHCP. Then to apply these settings, you have to restart the network service using this command. Then actually it is a good thing, good practice to set a host name. So you can set a fully qualified domain name or normal domain name. So you can set like persona dot your institute domain or whatever thing. If you are in your institute, if you are in your home, you will set just a normal host name persona or PS likewise. Whatever the host name, it will be okay whether you specify it with domain name or without domain name. But if you are setting up a production persona, it is actually very recommended to have a domain name as well. So this goes persona dot whatever the your domain institute ACLK like. If this is a public IP or public netted IP, you can set a DNS name. So in lab setup, we can't normally do that. We can't assign a DNS record for this IP. So you can access the persona website by using the HTTPS IP address when you enter IP address, it will just automatically redirect you to toolkit page. If your VM don't have a public IP, so I think most of you don't have a public IP assigned, because most of you are connecting from netted IP, that is local IP, or from your home. So you don't have access to public or real IP. So in that case, there will be error like this. Error means something warning like this. All detected addresses are private and private addresses are disabled. So likewise, to remove this error, you have to access this file. etc persona toolkit web admin. So with sudo command. So in that case, if you are shown that particular error, you have to set this value, that allow internal address attribute value to 1. So in my case, I don't need to do that, because I have a real IP. So my IP is 192.248.4.79. Let's see whether it works. Yes, it works. So when I just enter the IP of the VM, that is Verbsona installation, you should see you should see the toolkit page. Okay. I think Manoj has got the start page. That is, he has completed installation and loading the VM. So this is the image he has sent. In this, he is also shown this error. So you have to edit this webadmin.conf and set that allow local address like variable to 1 as I shown you, and yes, you can discover the page, right? You can see the down there the services running: SMN database, LS registration, OM tool, scheduler, PSConfig, template framework, and TWAMP. So those services are running there. Also, right side you can see the help, CPU, load RAM, and like these things, hard disk variables. Also, you can see the host information, NTP sync. So make sure that your service NTP sync. If it is no, yes, I will show you how to try it. Yeah, how to try it to make it yes. And sometimes if you have a private IP address, sometimes you won't be globally registered. It will be no. So these two are some the fields that you have to concern about: NTP sync and globally registered. And once you come to this page, then you can log in. There will be some warning shown because there's no certificate installed, right? So we have to accept the risk and continue. So we set up earlier at the initial boot Persona user account. So I will log in with that. Right? To actually to do any configuration, you have to log in with the admin or any user account. Once you log in, right, if you are shown NTP sync is no, go to configuration. Right, once you are logging, then you have to go to host tab. Then you have to click the select the closest server. But before that, I suggest you to enter this administrative information that is actually shown to others, so that others than the global registration service can detect this, identify this node. So you can enter organization name, some name. It's okay. Enter your own organization name and admin name, your name and email, city, country, state, province like Peradine is Kandy or Colombo or something. Zip code, latitude, longitude. You can also try to autofill some. If you so manually entering is okay because autofill will not give the correct one because it will get the latitude longitude based on the IP address, so that's not accurate. So site name, is like you have multiple sites, you can enter site name, like you have Colombo site, Jaffna site, Radhpur type like site like. So you can enter the domain here. Right. In this case, our learn domain is learn.ac.lk, and you can also type your node role, right? As we learn, we are in range, so we are entering in range. So not you are not regional. Yes, you can enter science DMC. You are not exchange point. You can enter test host. Likewise, right? Then you can assign node access policy public or RNE. So RNE is a better option. So public peer persona nodes can't be, persona nodes can't access this, right? And right now, no need to select any access for policy nodes or at any or select any communities. Once you do the configuration, you have to enter save. Then once you do that, you have to set the go to host configuration and set up things. So finally, make sure your NTP sync status is yes. If you are accessing from private IP address, sometimes global registration status will give no. Actually, in that case, your node will not be shown to in that global directory. So, but sometimes it won't be a problem to run test for some tests. So actually today session time is exceeded by 24 minutes. Our premises are also being closed. So I think you can try out this with this. What you have to do is you have to finally get this toolkit initial page. So I think hopefully you will be able to do this by today. So tomorrow there will be some tomorrow will be the lab setup. So we will go through these contents about persona toolkit UI, web UI, and how to select a node from global directory, and add the schedule test from the web UI. Then run some on-demand testing, on-demand test like this, like trace out, trace path. Then we will go through some test results, and yeah, we will go through the test results dashboard, and we'll see what are those things, what are the graphs, and how to read them. Once we do that, we have to actually go to set up archive, how to archive your measurement data with Esmond, and how to display, how to install and display those data with Mad Dash. So those, there are some actually some configurations, many configurations there. So it is much required to complete today's setup. Otherwise, this much of setup is unlikely to be finished in 2.5 hours. So thank you for attending today's session. So we are going to close today's session. So we'll meet tomorrow, and hope you will come tomorrow with Verbsona install, and by completing today setup. So